Pokeball. Okay. Alright. Hopefully the microphone's working now. Yep, there we go. That's why I have a separate screen for monitoring this shit. All fixed. There we go. All fixed. Stream saved. I don't know why it did that, because the microphone was working right before I hit live, so. Very strange. Alright, settings look good. There we go. Let's do this. An etheric rope, I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 Pataludi. These are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your aether is still thin compared to... Your aether is still... Oh, to ours. Oh. Thought I was about to read that weird. You'll need to weaken the Pataludi first. Good luck. Pataludi. Who's the Pataludi? Oh. It's the butterflies. Oh no! Why is the game... Why is my computer just all of a sudden deciding it wants to be a pain in the ass today? Let's see. There we go. I don't know why the game is being so dumb right now. What the fuck? Everything decides to start acting up right when I start streaming. Not before it. I don't know what this is. I'm hold on to that until I need it later, probably. I'm gonna try closing out of a few things. See if this helps. I'll close out of Spotify since I'm not using it here. The Oran board, I will close out of that since I'm not on Twitch right now. There we go. Hopefully this will work better. Pataluda. Use the cord. What? How dare you? Oh. What? There we go. Kept being interrupted by damage. You've caught enough Pataludi. Come, let us see. Handing them over in giant bags, apparently. Those giant butterflies fit in my pockets perfectly. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of revision. What are you about to do? There, it's ready. Nothing fancy, but we're trying not to stand out. Try it on for size. You turn living things into clothing just like that? Won't someone be angry with us for using those creatures? Nobody's gonna be angry. Why would they be angry? Why is that an option? Well, not just like that. You need to revert them to their constituent form ether first. Constituent? Constituent? Either way, doesn't matter. Moving on. Lest you wonder why I asked for 2 species, it is due to the difference in their etheric balance. Blending them allows to produce garb with superior etheric stability. Well, and good to disguise and educate, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. What? Emmett Selk speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who look. Yeah, I'm short! Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you're familiar. The question is whose? Yo mama's. Well, of course, Azem's. If you say you belong to him, people will give you the benefit of doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Outlandish, you say. Exploiting our associate's absence. For lack of his presence, absolutely. Were he here, he'd be the first to propose the idea, and you know it. I assume so. Don't I have, like, his soul crystal? With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. Oh, do I have to actually wear these? It'll tell me, I'm sure. Or can I just transmog them? Try on. I'm actually kind of happy, dude. I'm glad that they gave me these. I actually can appreciate the glamour. I keep wanting to say transmog. It's definitely not the case. Ethlodius is ready to continue on if you are. If you're ready, let us continue along the path to Enignorius. Okay. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. Hermigerms. Alright. So, do I need to wear the things, or can I just glamour? Let's see. Yeah, I'll just do that. I don't even need to use the whole thing. I just use the robe. That'll work for me. Oh, I can mount here. Why am I not doing that? This is a very pretty area. Definitely a large contrast from being in Radzat and having the skies on fire. I was wondering what she was examining, but it seems the bush itself. Is there something in the bush? Bushel of bullshit. Can I help you? We wish to speak with the Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well, now, by your mask, I assume you are one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see, I see. My lips are sealed. The chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I suspect you'll find him at one of the pools there. Pools here. Pool's here. The Pool's, you say? Many thanks. And apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Hythlodeus, while I've never met Hermes, you know him well. You know him well, do you not? Man, I'm slacking on the reading department here. That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, that I could. As you know, MSQ and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see aether quite keenly and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you want to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. So you know it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cows up. A special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. Oh, shit! It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let's find our man. Damn. You just straight up called me out, dude. I got called out by MSQ. How rude is that? Let's see. Do this. Horsey. I was about to say, what are you doing to that horn? But apparently I was seeing it. I mean, I already think I saw the dude in the cutscene, right? So... maybe it's this one. I mean, probably not. There's never a dull moment in the Orei there. Orei? Is that what it is? Their fondness of minerals makes them highly unique, and I dare say they will be no less popular. I just call them soot gremlins, but that's just me. Oh, here we go. Hello, Hermes. Oh. Do 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 do.
Huh. Oh. Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be. Wait. Please. Wait.
She's an amalgamation created from creation magic, isn't she?
Salutations. Can you hear me?
Wow.
Do not be alarmed.
She's got
I
harpy
mean
legs.
no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
May we please be friends?
May we please be friends?
She said it twice.
Ah, I see you found him.
It's Ladeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You were of the convocation.
Emmett Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
Hermes?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to...
Oh, real quick. Check something while this is playing out here.
Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Here we go.
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
Ooh. She must be a summon.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
He's probably got like a harpy fetish or something.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder.
I don't have an inkling. What are we here for?
I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
An amostoma is missing.
They're so tiny. How are you going to find it?
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
In a tree? Would someone pick it up and throw it?
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
Right? Look at that face.
Has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight. ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The Ambistomas too can fly, if
Oh.
only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however.
Oh, man.
Excuse me.
He's like, I'm gonna go get it real quick.
I'll help too.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
Babysit him.
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
And Hythlodius is like a nice person so far. I could be wrong later. We'll find out. Ding 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 ding. Bird of Elpis. I mean, I can't get in the tree myself, so... There we go. Right over here. Seems Hermes and Medion have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as an ambystoma. Yet though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. Ambystoma. Hermes saw it high up on the tree, climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him, and he slipped. You need a hand. No, I'm fine. If you're a little embarrassed. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Uh-oh. What is he gonna do? He just drops himself to the ground. The only thing you can do at that point, unless you have the ab muscles to sit up from that position, and the leg muscles to keep yourself balanced. Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Medion. Both you and, Sir Onionball, you are called. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no, I'd forgotten about its fellows. Truly, what a relief. I must thank Emmett Salk and Hythlodius when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way, as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here. It's very fitting that Hermes is an expert on flying things. Ooh. Having found the wayward ambystoma, Hermes is the picture of relief. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Anagnorisis. Whatever. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the ambistomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space. If you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away again. Mitselk always the slight asshole. This is gonna be a gemstone trader or a choco porter. Gemstone trader. I've decided to open a shop to keep my little creations fed. My wondrous wares can be yours for the right amount of bicolored gemstones. I'm quite curious though, because like we're technically not only in a different realm by traveling to the first, but we're also in a totally different timeline or different part of our timeline, and we're interacting with these people, yet somehow they said that we're not able to make any sort of meaningful change to the history or whatever. Like, really? This makes no sense that we're like literally interacting with them. They're interacting with us, so maybe it's because we already did this in the past. So we're just repeating events over and over again in a loop. So nothing of value will be changed.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways. We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins. What? Will I have to remove you by force?
There are reasons I cannot speak freely. It's true.
Let's
Very
hear
true.
them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
Like, narrate the whole story that's been going on so far.
I do not object to his attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps. But I believe he can be trusted. Meteon would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
Maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself, do you hear?
You're talking to me. I never behave. Never.
So, it's finally happened then.
Finally happened.
Aye. Van Daniel has declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, The convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure.
Might need a ruler for that.
And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Fandaniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all.
Chief Overseer of Elpis!
I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Fandaniel is stepping down.
Sorry, just 1 second. I am changing the thumbnail so as to avoid spoilers for people. But I need a picture that I can use. I don't want people to I don't want people to get spoiled while I am while they're just scrolling through thumbnails, you know? It's something that I just thought about as this whole thing has been playing out, and I'm just shit, I need to fix that. I had a thumbnail that I used a while back, and it was just a fucking little taco guy, little taco onion. Hold on. There, I'm just gonna make one real quick. It's probably gonna, my computer's probably gonna lag for a minute, so. This is what happens when you start kind of feeling bad about spoiling things about people. ENDWALKER. Logo. Okay. I'm just gonna make a really fast, tiny thumbnail. There we go. Copy image. This shouldn't take me but a couple seconds here, so. Because I'm not even I'm not putting in high production quality into this. I'm literally using a official logo illustration for ENDWALKER. Let's see. Okay. Spoilers. Spoilers. What? There we go. Let's do this, and we'll use a red color for spoilers. And I'm going to do this. We're going to drop the... No! We're going to drop this down. And then we're going to use this. Change the line width. Because I'm too lazy to do extra. Actually, I'm just more of in a rush than anything. There we go. There we go. File, save as. YouTube thumbnail. I'm not even going to do a Photoshop file for it. ENDWALKER stream thumbnail. Save it. 720. 1280 by 720. File. Save. Oh, jeez. I didn't save the name. Why is this always being difficult for me? There we go. That. And close that out. Edit. Go down for thumbnail. There we go. ENDWALKER. Spoilers. There we go. Save. There. We're all set. No. Don't want to save that. There we go. There. That makes me feel better, at least. Because now anyone who's like scrolling through, they can't be like, oh man, I got spoiled because of the thumbnail. No, they got to actually come in to get spoiled. In which case, the title says spoilers on it, so... Why am I getting dropped frames?
Does this not mean that he will return to the star?
Me? What is causing my drop frames, dude? What? Okay, so first of all, that needs to be closed. Secondly, so does this. Exit Overwolf. Okay, hopefully that fixes it.
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by
Oh shit, I didn't mean to click.
the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
Get my hand off the mouse.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no, I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Wonder what that's all about. Sorry, sir. I didn't mean a walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk. Okay. Well, she walked out this door. What? Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. So she's an empath. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So why did you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes. Ooh, teach you. I could teach you. You could take turns. I tell you something, and you tell me something. Oh no. Sure, why not? Then it's settled. Where to start? Yes, let's talk about Memnon. You should be near the Aetheryte. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is... So I'll have him explain instead. Okay. Meteon is now accompanying you. Keep her... Oh, Jesus. You're going to tell me this whole thing. Could have just said, hey, Meteon's accompanying you, and left it at that. Aetheryte. Anyone could use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere, but on the ground or other isles. For that, you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. Can I use it? Yeah. And what have we here? Though you look like a person you could easily pass for a toy. I assume you are familiar like Meteon is. Is there something you need? This is Syria. Could you teach him about Elpis? Ah. Newly arrived familiar, is he? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our facility to him. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we simply cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it would be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you were created with the hope of making the star a better place. So heed your master as well and be good, do you hear? We will, Memnon, we will. Thank you for your lessons. You had a turn, now I get a turn. But you didn't tell me. Memnon did. Where did you come from? A place facing a great threat. There's such a place? I had no idea. Yeah! This place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power. Okay. I need to mend. No, I don't. There you go. Motionless bird. Oh, this creation is perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new. Anyway, I'll try reading his mind. That's my power. It's not... I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read. I don't think there's anything to read. Wait. Please wait. I'll try again. With you this time. Okay. Yep, I can hear you. This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. Not actually speaking to you in your mind, rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intentions. A process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. She called me smart, dude. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with the intelligent beings, even should they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet, though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Man. That's deep. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Duh! Didn't you see my face? Or did you have your eyes closed the entire time? Good. Now it's my turn again. So, where are you good at? Why is my phone going off? What will you say? I guess fighting. Why is it staring at me like that? I think we might be bothering it. Let's keep going. We'll go and see on to the next. She's usually in a small building, one in the west row. Well, well, if it isn't Medion, I see you've brought a friend today. I can't eat apples. Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat Medion. You weren't made to do so. But I like it, too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. I'm sorry, Sarah. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours, but I failed. Tell her what I like. Oh, that's what you like? Yes, yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. It makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go see? We shall go see. I do appreciate you keeping me on whatever. They're not talking, so I have to read it. Finished. Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emmett Selk and Hythlodius will accompany me as I tend my duties. It has been decided that Emmett Selk... Can I just... Okay. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that he is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at a Leon. Okay. There's no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind to see joy this presence... To see the joy his presence brings Medion, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Sarah is kind, really, truly. He taught me as much as I taught him. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots of lots. Okay? Lots and lots. Let's do it. Alright, let's go to... No. Right there. There we go. Alright. Manganese armor. Of Behemoth King. Oh, that's kind of cool. Look at them spikes on the shoulders. It's pretty awesome, actually. Composure regained. Hermes is ready to return to his duties. If everyone's ready, there are a few creations I would like to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward ambystoma. Have care when you step outside the hub, for there may be many more unruly creatures about. Here's a new species of Petaluda we recently set loose. It's been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it unto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It is the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation that can endure on its own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Ah yes, lightning pneuma, just as the report said. Although we can call this structure a beacon due to its form, it is in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the pneuma here to replenish their aether. Doke. It appears Medion is busy. Busy doing what? Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the pneuma? Yeah, sure, why not? By using the lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball, a veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Okay. Ah. Use. Let's do it. There we go. Target missed? What? What are you talking about? I didn't miss. It was right here. What? Which one is it trying to do? This one? Oh. Okay. I had to target myself, apparently. Would not have known. See how they gather to feed? How they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is the silence an indication that they do not possess those qualities. Be it soulless arcane entities such as Numa and an ephemeral life form such as the Patalota, all seek to perpetuate the existence, to survive. Is Median an arcane entity? Probably not. Probably has a soul. Good question. I can answer it from the theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls in the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. With those exceptional visions, such as Athlotis may be able to ascertain her true nature, but to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Oh, you're finished already? I'm sorry. I was in the way. Not to worry. They missed nothing of note, and we will still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will need to head east to the Morning Dew. We need to speak with some observers there. I want fighting. I want to do a dungeon. Give me fighting. Give me a dungeon. I want to kill things. With my two-handed sword.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects.
Gubu.
So, how are we coming along?
Hey, them there flowers. Those are the flowers that Phelan gave. Maybe I'll see Heidelin.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
Intellecty. That what you call the anything that can sense the
They are a product of Elpis, and so named
Things.
their birthplace.
emotions?
A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy.
What is that energy called? That
Well,
you
it
were
has no will of its own. It is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
like literally this is what we came here to learn. So dispense with the information, buddy.
Akasha?
Akasha?
One of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it.
Dynamis, okay.
And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena,
Mm-hmm.
are Antelekis.
Why am I getting a call on a Saturday from a random phone number that I don't recognize? Let me check something here.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
An intellecty, oh boy.
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that. But the first possessed...
Oops, possessed free will. I accidentally clicked it.
Wait. A form of energy other
Other
than
than Aether. Dynamis.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been
Ugh.
theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than Ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the Ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Meteon.
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse.
How does she fly? Does she flap her
Scarcity of ether beyond the bounds
ear
of the
wings?
star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
Dynamis?
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Wait a second. Is she one of them weird little winged thingies that freaking...
Precisely.
So the people are turning into creatures that are powered by dynamis instead of ether. That's why no one can sense the ether. Huh.
Yours is thin too. Like an enteleki. Like me.
Oh god. It's not like that though.
So...
No,
we
he's
the
saying no.
Intelekis.
I'm trying to see why I couldn't be. Well, I have been known to transcend my limits. Nothing but determination. If I'm thin, it's because Emmett Suck didn't do a proper job. Well, I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but determination. I'll just say that.
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
Well, did you want me to say something else? Could have blamed it on you, buddy.
A deficit of ether alone does not an enteleki make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis.
There it is.
And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it.
This expansion's version of the light ether, or whatever the heck that was that we were absorbing from the stuff in the Shadowbringers. That's what it sounds like to me. Oh, he yawned too.
Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Do. Ooh. Ironwood. It's only the best wood. Ironwood. No, I don't want to discard it yet. I don't know if... Like, is it safe to discard it? Hold on a second. Let's Google this. ENDWALKER. Discard Aether Compass. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Google first page doesn't have anything, therefore it doesn't exist. Ms. Selk appears to be in deep thought. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, or even if we knew. But it irks me to discover that there's an entirely different form of energy and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive, given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the celestial. He would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. Why did you join? What do you specialize in? Being an asshole? Oh, you wish you know why MSQ was chosen for the convocation. Should be glad to hear the tale. Or share the tale. He said share the tale. He's going to tell me. Alright. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're to learn about Hermes. Not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. I wanted to know, though. My apologies for the wait. I have inspection of the Ampelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and dare say I won't be long ere it is released unto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring too well. The Charybdis. That is what we shall tend to next. You would follow me, my friends. We shall return to the main isle and head north. Ooh. So this place is like a big circle. Or a bunch of big circles. What is this? That's the thing? It looks bigger and more blue than the others. I understand there's a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to the wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being an affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we cannot get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures, and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate the wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't do such things. You don't know? But of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of aether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet, convenient though it may be, transformation in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running around robeless. Shameful. Might I understand you make habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. May seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution, MSQ. May I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Oops. Meanwhile, I'd like to test the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. Well, Suck is out of sight. Good. Let's speak of the plan. Stroke of genius, really. We have him itself train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see aether currents. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble with him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Sarah, I want you to go to Emmett Selk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck. Say, I have a favor to ask, to indicate to him at Suck that you have a request. Okay. While we're doing that, I am going to go be right back. I gotta go get some shit, and I'll be back. Oh. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see. Alright, let's see here. Alright. One of my friends is messaging me, so I'm trying to see what's up. Someone in chat's like, Emmett Selk. No. Chips and salsa are the best. Yeah. Okay. My friend's got some stuff for me right now, and I gotta go get it, but we'll do that here in a little while. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. I don't know what Hyde Thelodious is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. He knows! Please, Emmett Sup.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last. I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
This could be pretty funny. Not gonna lie.
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow. His antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams.
Having this humanity given to the Ashians, dude. Like, there's so much humanity they have, dude.
Respective purposes. So too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star.
Like, even after all the shit.
Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
Yeah, alright, cool. Emerging from his reverie, MSQ notices you and begins to descend from the Cherbdis. Creature needs some small assistance at first, but as soon as you start flying more or less on its own, doubt you'll need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. Our witnesses from afar. The Cherbdis flies. Indeed, with this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Cherbdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the need arises. Like a mother teaching its hens. Or whatever. You know what I mean. If that is what you want. If I may say so, rather than hoping for idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Hermes. I'm fine, don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Word. What? I want to apologize for forcing me to help you, don't you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. He says that. Alright. Update gear. My friend still hasn't even, like, seen my message. Possible study wooden chest that suggests a... Oh, why am I reading that? Oh my god. I am clearly tired. Something seems to be weighing on Hermes' mind. I might end up having to take a nap here soon, dude. I've only slept like 4 hours in the last... We're at like 30 hours now. Tell me, sir, in the course of watching me, have you learned anything of value? I'm not sure I'm looking for. I don't think I've found it yet. Only my work were more interesting. Nevertheless, I'm still indebted to you for keeping media in company. If there is aught I might do, you need but ask. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lycion, I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner that we released one for observation than it set upon the nearby Alcapetes and slaughtering them. Oh, fuck. Was the creature hungry? Or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the Alcapetes were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lycion that is to blame. The innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suitable for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept into preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path of the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, though. Hermes, wait. If this is part of his work, then would observe. We follow. Uh-oh. About to figure out what the fuck's going on. You really crafting over here, weirdo? Alright. That business is concluded for now. I can deal with that later. Let's see. Lacerations and burns are unmistakable. Lycion was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. MSQ and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycion did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you've finished. I will go ahead. Please follow with Syrah. Come, it's down the path over the bridge. Okay. There it is. 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Oh, this accompanying quest annoyance. Ugh. Blonde-haired woman, dark-haired man. Blonde-haired man, is it long or short? It's long. Doros, that's Doros. Yay! First person. Well now, if it isn't Meteon, what brings you here? Tell the man. In your best words. Oh, I thought I heard familiar voices. May record to see them reverted without delay. Sorry, I'm going to be probably skipping a lot of text here, unless it seems important. I'm not really skipping it. I am reading it. I'm just not reading it out loud. I read too slow. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. Why can't you have aggressive beasts, though? Why can't it be tamed? He's asking if they can be an outlier. Alright. Had enough for now. It's like lunchtime, so I'm freaking hungry. Alright. Basically, they're talking about how Hermes would rather alter their memories instead of execute the creatures and give them a chance at life. And everything else is saying, dude, it's fine, it's for the greater good. You know, their ether will get absorbed and then all that. I understand these things I do. I never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat into the world. Yet insignificant through their individuals' lives may be next to all creation, it is all Lycones have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report. We may take it from there. What if they're just hungry? Would it be possible for us to attend a discussion that MSQ may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled like magic. That's what Hermes once told me. There we go. Manganese sabotage. You need to be an Enteleki to feel the weight bearing down Hermes. I fear the discussion may take a while, during which time Meteon, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. Sounds like a breakup. I won't go to the meeting. I will stay with Syrah. Low though I am to impose, may I leave Meteon in your care again? Yeah, why not? I haven't really been able to fight too much stuff anyway. I may as well babysit a little longer. I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Syrah? Me will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most. Oh, of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions. What we feel and want to convey, Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders. Why don't we just go back where we found that one? My hands aren't that big. It says vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree. Like, my character's hands aren't that big, so... Ooh, so big and bright. I love them. They might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. Okay. Flowers in a tree. Okay. Just take him the whole tree. tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These could be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. It means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine. Let's keep looking. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its indulations. Oh, a canion, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, I shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Syrah, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Alright, this is a little bit further away. Medion? Really? You can't just like... Come on. Damn it. Just wanted to mount up and go faster. You spot nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with a few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah! Over there, Syrah. Something big, huge. Yep. Wow, that one is strange. A terrible stench reminiscent of sawed old boots pervades the air. Without doubt, the culprit is the marble-like creature before you. That's an Adonis. The things around his mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. Really? When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Syrah? Would he like it? What? Why would he like that? Probably not the good sort of memory. So not this one either. Funny good flower. It's harder than I thought. Sorry, Syrah, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. Should have gone with the purple flower in the freaking bush, man. Hey! Come on. Come on. There we go. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Ah, there's nothing. A shiny thing over there. What could it be? Probably not a flower if it's shiny. Oh, we found some of those Elpis flowers. So, I guess we're gonna end up using those, huh? Oh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're intelleckies. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. It's Hermes' fault. He's the one that brought this upon the world. Truly, the flower was dark in your home? Then, do you have it too, a dark emotion? I don't know which one to pick because it's like all of them. I dare say I have a few. You don't have to say it. I can feel it's something you want to hide. But won't you lend it to me, the darkness inside you? I want you to make the flower dark, in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place, since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone. That others are sad too. Yeah! No. Truly, you'll do it. Yeah, sure, why not? Maybe I'll manifest into a creature. Thank you, Sarah, thank you. It means more to me than I can say. Can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. So, we're not going to pick the flower, we're just going to bring him back. Can I jump up right here? Yes. Seems they're still talking. Let's wait till they finished.
Hermes!
You gonna go give him a hug or something?
Oh, you were waiting for me.
Yep.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Salk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Are we gonna kill the whole group of flowers?
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
Think of all your friends dying. There you go.
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
Why did he... Is it... She's out in the field playing with the firebugs, man. She's happy. Porcupine's like, I don't want none
Don't
of...
think it wrong
No.
that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. They sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteion's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you.
I am edgy boy. I think dark thoughts all the time. That's what it is.
To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
I can tell you all about suffering. Ooh. Let's do it. Let's tell him.
Lest you misunderstand, I derive no pleasure from your pain. It's just the fact that you are still here in spite of your suffering gives me heart. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are?
Giant balls of gas. Just like me.
Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life.
Nah, dude. They're giant balls of gas.
So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters. Sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey. traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness.
Oh yeah, you'll discover stuff, right?
It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow.
No, I'm sleep deprived right now, dude. You're
Let's
good.
head back.
Let's do this. Let's go to bed.
All right.
Floating island off in the sky there. No bridge. You okay, girl? Woohoo! Level 87. Only 3 levels to go. Always appears solemn and sorrowful. An all too brief interlude, perhaps. This time I attend my next task. As Emmett, Selk, and Hythlodeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of Lycones. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as chief overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycones would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species, until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Doris has already insulated the creatures and is preparing to carry out those necessary measures. I will follow him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. Oh, jeez. Are you resolved? Then we have but to accompany you. Of course, let us be off. We return to the main island. Beep 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 beep. Hip hot ho. Hey, look, there's an Aether Current. I will be back for you later when I am trying to capture footage. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4, the other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 wonders. I don't see a damn thing. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Sarah handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett's Selp, unneeded though it is. Medion, are you safe here with Doros? But Hermes. The like ones must be reverted. I should spare you their pain and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you're intent on helping, then please follow my lead. At least we're probably gonna get some fighting. Yeah. And I don't have to hold the dude's hand going over there either. Ignorant. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lechion's attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a brief moment, and that will give me enough time to catch it unaware. Ready? Let's begin. Let's see. Oh, let's get over here. One more to go. I wonder if this will be the... I wonder if this will be the last one. I'll probably have a group of 4 next or something like that, or a group of 3. Nope. That was it. Hello, Steve Alvarez. Thoughts so far? Complicated.
Now.
Like, the story is great, but there's a larger emphasis on the story and not integrating enough actual combat in it to really feel like more than a
Please.
interactive story,
May you
which, I mean, it's fine. It's a Final Fantasy game, right? But in previous expansions, they did a little bit better job,
wherever your souls may drift
you
in
know,
the underworld,
providing things to fight, basically,
may you
within the
find
story.
tranquil seas.
And in this, if you want to do it, you pretty much have to kind of look for fates or
Be not forgotten.
whatever.
In
Just repeat some dungeons a few times over.
Claim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again.
A lot of downtime.
That be your desire.
A lot of side tasks and everything. Little go to this point and look at this thing.
If that be your want, we are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew.
I guess what you could probably think of it as is like a walking simulator in parts, really, more than anything. But in the parts where you actually get like the really good, action and everything like that, it's really awesome.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then?
He's getting angry, dude.
All who are satisfied choose to die. Shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
I guess she was able to sense it from all the way over there. It must have been really angry.
If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
So yeah, so kind of like to expand on that though. It's like one of those things where obviously when you go into playing Final Fantasy, you're going into it expecting a story. You don't go into it expecting just endless onslaughts of combat and everything like that. Obviously, there's moments in every Final Fantasy game where you're going to be sitting there watching cutscenes for probably about 10, 15, an hour, whatever, that's a very normal thing, but it's kind of surprising to see that they went the route that they did with the story for Endwalker, where it almost feels like, I think it's taken some people like 30 hours to complete the MSQ without skipping story. And let's assume you probably spend, maybe 5 hours out of that 30 hours doing trials and duties. That's just kind of a estimate that I have off the top of my head. So maybe like, 1/6 of the time is spent doing that, because that's what it kind of feels like right now. Most of everything you're doing in Final Fantasy, in most expansions, is you go from point A to B, clear out an area of mobs, maybe like 4 mobs, and then come back, turn it in, all that. But it's felt more like you go out now and you take an NPC with you. You can't mount up at that point because you leave them behind. And then you get to the point, you investigate it, and then you move on to the next point. And there's very little, like, you end up, if you're lucky, you fight enemies on the way between the 2 points. But if you're trying to complete the MSQ faster, obviously you're going to try and avoid those enemies. So it's almost like you have to set the MSQ on the back burner if you want to do more of the action-based stuff. I think that's how much time I spent. About 11 hours on 2 days on day 1 day off. I'm done, so I try not to say too much. Yeah, and that's understandable too. Like earlier, I didn't even have a thumbnail on my stream, and then I realized, you know what? Some people probably, if they see the thumbnail to my stream, they could probably see like a thumbnail for a part that like I'm on, and they'll be like, "Oh, spoilers!" And I'll be like, "Oh, okay." So I created a thumbnail midstream just to kind of toss that up there. So I'm trying to avoid saying too much in other platforms, but since the stream itself is definitely a spoiler stream, I pretty much, I don't worry about what I've already gone through because I'm already past all that, and it's one of those things where like you come into the stream, you're going to be spoiled anyway. So everything I'm up to, at least. Now, obviously, I don't want to have everything else after this point spoiled for me because, this is my first time through, but anybody that's sitting here at this point watching, they're choosing to watch at least this part. So, spoilers for previous stuff, I don't mind talking about. But, that being said, yeah, I mean, by my estimation, probably about 1/6 of the time is spent actually doing real gameplay related stuff. The rest of it's seems more like you're just interacting with the story. Appreciate it. I changed YouTube profile myself to an older one because spoilers were dropping left and right on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the upside is a lot of people really are kind of cognizant of, the fact that people don't want spoilers. So a lot of people pretty much try and avoid giving out spoilers in most contexts. But there are some people that will just drop something with an obvious spoiler in the title and stuff, so you have to kind of avoid a lot of that stuff. So, but that's also why I keep the same title for the last couple streams of just straight up saying Endwalker spoiler MSQ stream, because like otherwise it's going to pretty much spoil everything. And luckily the thumbnails for the previous versions really weren't all that spoilery. They're just kind of like me standing in a spot or something like that. So but yeah, spoilers are crazy out there sometimes. You just got to kind of pick and choose. Like on Twitter, I don't even really talk about it. Really, like I want to say something, but it feels like if you say anything like I think I posted on Twitter, I was like, let's see, what did I post exactly? Oh yeah, I posted me. Oh my god, there's a new tank buster animation. Other Final Fantasy players, stop spoiling the story. That's kind of how it feels like. So I don't say anything really. It wasn't mid-zone or end-zone named. They were giving names to the areas, names of who was participating, and I'm like, really, man? Hey, I mean... realistically speaking, though, I really feel like if you're actively seeking out the Final Fantasy content, you're going to find those spoilers easily. And then, of course, there's some situations where it might be recommended to you, which really sucks. So yeah, you have to be very, very, very careful on where you go and like what you're looking up. Like if you're looking for like boss strats, for example, Like for example, for me, I don't really want to have like the dungeons spoiled for me, like story wise, but I will pull up an article for boss mechanics, for example, right? Because like there was, what is it, the third dungeon, the one at Razat, the final boss on that, there was like one mechanic where like it showed like the shapes on the ground, and then it overlaid a shape on your screen, and I thought you had to stand in that shape or whatever, and it took me like 2 wipes to just be like, what's going on here? And then like I looked at the article and it was like, oh yeah, stand in the opposite shape, just making sure not to get knocked out of the arena. Oh, okay. So I learned from having to do that, but you know, I didn't actually like read through the article until like I actually needed the details. Yeah, that's why I jumped into older profile, because YouTube ain't gonna care. Yeah, YouTube really doesn't care. Not in the slightest. It's all AI driven. They're just like, oh, you like Final Fantasy? Here's this. But I have to be fair with ENDWALKER. ENDWALKER is, so far, feels like they really invested a lot of time into the story, trying to tie up loose ends that we didn't even know existed. And it kind of, like, some of the things they're talking about makes you think like, oh yeah, why didn't I think of that originally? And I kind of like the direction I think they're going with the final days, where like you've got like the enemies the people transforming into the monsters and stuff like that. I kind of like where I think they're going with that. So I'm kind of interested to see where that leads. But I do hope that, and I'm probably going to be totally let down on this, but I really do hope that it picks up in the action sequences. If not, they may as well just play out everything in cutscene without me having to run from place to place. Just give me the XP while you're showing me a cutscene, and then we'll all move on to grinding out in-game gear until patch drops, basically, so where we grind more in-game gear. Add the name of Trials and a straight up picture of the boss is spoiled, and new I'm changing profiles. Yeah. See, my free company, let's see. Where is it? We literally have a message on the board because there has been a couple times where some people have actively spoiled content. But for the most part, everybody's trying to stick to saying like second ENDWALKER dungeon or first trial or whatever. But yeah, like they're saying, you know, please refrain from naming dungeons, trials, zones to avoid spoilers. Refer to them as 83 trial or 89 dungeon. It's fair. Fair enough. So I'm pretty sure most everybody's, at least in my free company, is trying to avoid spoiling things. Like there was one time I was shouting while I was on the moon, and one of my free company members was like, "Oh, Onion, you're here," and I'm like, "Yep." And so we basically took our conversations into whisper, so that way we weren't spoiling anything in free company chat. I can't comment much on what you just said now. Like, it can imply many things. I mean, that's fine. I mean, there is a lot that can and cannot be said, like, at this point, regardless. I mean, I'm 87 right now, so I've still got, I'm guessing probably about 10, 15 hours if I watch all the cutscenes and everything. Because I feel like it's always the end of the expansion that ramps up in, like, length. And the first half is just, you know, getting you eased into the story. So I figure it's probably gonna take longer to do things starting here pretty soon, because they're gonna be trying to wrap up the story and stuff. But you know, the funny thing is, I started this stream pretty tired, but I really want to finish this, and I've got like the rest of today and tomorrow off. And then Monday I have to sleep most of the day so I can go to work that night. So I'm really trying to get most of this knocked out so I can enjoy some other things and stuff. Last night I actually took time off of playing the game just because the queue was taking forever. I started out at 6 p.m. my time, and I was at like 6,500 or whatever, somewhere around that range. I got down 1,000 to like 5,500 or whatever. I'm dropping frames apparently. Apparently I'm dropping frames. That's wonderful. What is causing me to drop frames here? That's a lot of frames being dropped. What is going on here? Anyway, it looks stable now. So anyway, I actually took most of last night off just because, like, I was sitting in queue. I probably sat in queue for 4 hours, and from 6,500-ish, I only got to about like 2,000 something. And that part of that's because during that time, I lost track of my queue while I was in another tab, or I was looking up some references for some art, and I came back and I had the 2002 error on the screen. I have no idea how long it was there for, but it was long enough to set me back to the very back of the line again. So, and I've been getting constant 2002 errors. So, it got to a point last night, I was like, you know, I'm just going to exit the game, just finish my art, and then go to bed. Because, like, literally, there's no chance I was going to get in until, like, early mornings. And I had, at this point, I've only slept 4 hours total since, for at least 11 p.m. my time a couple nights ago. So I've only slept 4 hours since then. So been awake the entire time. Yeah, I refuse to change my sleeping schedule for a game. Like, as much as I love the game and everything, like, I don't know, I just don't have any desire to change my sleeping schedule. I've seen people I've seen people actually suggesting on, like, Twitter and stuff for people to change their sleep schedules. And it's like, dude, a lot of these people, they can't change their sleep schedule. They got other priorities. Luckily for me, I do sleep like mid-late afternoon all the way until about 11 on most occasions, because I go to work at midnight my time. So if I wanted to keep that sleep schedule, I absolutely could. But on my days off, I try and stay up as much as I can, getting things done during the day, because I can't get things done during the day through the rest of the week. So, but yeah, for me, a game is not worth changing your sleep schedule over if you've got other commitments to take care of. So I just deal with it. I take forever, and that's fine. It's whatever. It's not like I have like a static or anything that I'm part of that I have to keep up with or anything like that. So I work very early morning, so it doesn't change much for me. Some people have that, but but again, I'm more or less talking about people that have other obligations and stuff. There's a lot of people like us that can definitely modify their own schedules to accommodate things, but there's really not that many of them. What is my stepfather telling me? Do you need something? Bear with me 1 second. I'll be right back. Gotta talk to my stepdad in the other room. Alright, I'm back. Hey, Doggo. How you doing? Ah. Alright. Didn't mean there's anything anyone should do or try. This is just me. If there's an easy way for me to do it, I will. Oh, yeah, no. I mean, for real. I mean, I don't think you meant that either. I'm more or less talking about, like, people in general on Twitter that just kind of... Someone's upset that they can't play the game and stuff, and someone replies and say, well, why don't you just change when you sleep? Those are the people I'm more or less talking to. Because there's a lot of people that just like, look, if I could change my stuff, I would have done it without complaining on Twitter. Nobody likes complaining on Twitter about anything because they always get shit from people. But yeah, I mean, if you've got that kind of mentality where you can just kind of like jump into, the queue and stuff, like late at night or whatever, or really early in the morning and just kind of binge it that way, and that's great. I actually think I was up at maybe maybe 4 this morning. I loaded Final Fantasy and I just kind of jumped around for a little bit. And I spent like multiple hours doing a grocery list on like for my local grocery store so that way I can get some delivered today. And then I just kept jumping around because I knew I was gonna play it, but I also didn't want to wait in queue. And when I first signed in, it was like a 14 queue of 14 at 4 a.m. And then at some point I got booted. It was like a 90,001 error. And I got back into queue. It was like at like 28. So like those times in the morning is super great to log in, especially if you can stay there. I actually ended up reporting someone today though, because you could tell that they were staying in the game by running automation. Like, they weren't even being creative about it. They weren't even being stealthy about it. They were just, like, literally right next to a quest NPC, turning around, and then turning around, like, in the same intervals. And they were doing it for, like, a good, like, 2 hours. Like, 2 hours that I was logged in. They were doing the same thing. And I'm just like, you know what? Nah, I'm not gonna do that. There's so many people that want to play the game. Like, if you're gonna do that, you need to be up and, like, actively doing stuff, you know? Anyway, back to the story. The incident is resolved, and life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' judgment, or argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there's a pang of sadness and colleagues leave us. Yeah, those things aren't cool. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I've had a thought of doing that. I've almost I've almost considered using a macro program that I used a long time ago for, like, auto completing certain tasks and stuff, like in, like, my coding and stuff. Like, you could, like, do a little macro and stuff, and it would, like, type the whole function out for you and stuff like that. It helped me with, like, doing that. But you could also program it to run scripts that, like, they would you could loop the script and, like, do, like, whole different actions and stuff like that. And I was able to kind of, I guess, script it in a way that kind of, like, did certain things for different periods of time and stuff like that. And I forget what game it was that I did that for, but I tried to be smart with it, and I created, like, a long sequence of actions that it would do. And people these days, they're not even smart enough to do that. Like, they'll just be like, oh, let me put my controller under, like, a fan or something, so that way it, like, bumps the controller as it turns around or something. Making it completely obvious that they're just AFK. But I actually considered doing something like that, where, like, I would set an alarm on my phone to wake up every 2 hours, but in the meantime, my computer would cause my character to do something, like, here and there. But, like, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, dude, what are the chances that I might actually get banned or suspended from the game for doing that? Like, that shit can be a pretty serious consequence. At least go to a housing district. Right! Right! If you're going to do it, go into your free company's house and just, like, chill out in your room or something. Don't stand next to a quest giver and do it. Because, like, literally you're going to have people, like, running up to that quest giver. And they're going to notice something's weird because there's a lot of story that they have to read through. That guy was not smart in the slightest that I saw this morning. It was really bad. I don't even know how he did it. Like, I don't even know the exact thing. I've never been able to get my character to move in that type of manner before. But anyway. Yet never has his departure caused me so much grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Oh, that's right. These guys are sociopaths, and they don't have any sort of normal feelings. They don't understand it. Oh, man. The armor that you get from the story alone always looks really cool. Like, seriously, look at this. My character looks like a cross between freaking Shredder and, like, a stereotypical paladin. That's another thing that I really love about this. Like, this expansion has done a tremendous job with the art for the armor sets. Like, you don't seem to get very many armor sets that don't look really cool. The Russo armor from Garlemald. Let's see, Garlemald armor set. That's gonna be ENDWALKER. I don't remember which one that looked like. Sure, I could look in my bags and figure it out, but off the top of my head, I can't. Oh yeah, I think I found it. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I won't put that up on the screen though. But yeah, the armor sets that we were getting from the very beginning of the expansion have all looked really cool together. Yeah. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I got the I wonder if I still have the let's see. Yeah, I still got it. I literally transmogged that on my stuff like right away. Where is I say transmog, I mean glamour. Where to now? If there's anything you would like to visit before we leave, we'd be glad to show you the way. Hermes was not yet outright refused his position to the convocation, merely postponed his decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. They were the pragmatists. Then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you? Will you come along with us? I may as well. Still haven't learned what I need to learn over here. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Ellipsis, and we'll see the new encounters there are to be had. If you follow me, I'll be first. Head back toward... okay, that word, A word. It is with great disappointment that the words in these expansions continue to be long and difficult for me to read on the off the cuff like that. As much of a vocabulary that I do have generally, I probably have about the reading level of a 10th grade student, maybe. That might be high, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm overshooting there. Been trying to keep up with my stuff here. I'm waiting on a response from a friend who's having me pick up some food from their house. From here we follow the path northwards to Notonius. There we'll find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. Ellipsis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permissions, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and then henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? And my ephemeral decked out in that winter outfit, and I was like, no, theme fits too well for the switch scene. Oh. Man, I think the coolest part of Garlemald was when Xenos took over your body. And like when you're like sitting at the table and you turn around and you see your basically lifeless corpse sitting on the chair. And then it like he merges into the body, and then you see your own character like look up with like this evil grin. And I'm just like, oh, that is so cool. And especially for like my Lalafell. Wow, what the fuck? Okay. Like my Lalafell just looked very, very demonic. It was like a possessed doll. Here we are, Notonius. This teleporter will take us from Kalamazoo, Zephyros, the Western Island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we shall soon admire the view from above. My computer's getting warm as fuck. I'm probably at a point where I will probably need to do some dusting soon. Get that airflow going again. Just put my leg up against it on accident.
Calamelios Zephyros.
Calamelios, okay.
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos. How was I going to get that one right the first time?
Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arraius. How delightful.
So I was supposed to go to my friend's house to get some boxes of food. And they ended up having to go somewhere. They let me know while I was streaming. And I was like, oh, well, can I come get it later? And they're like, yeah, sure, we'll let you know when we're back. Well, apparently they just dropped it off at my front door and left. I'm just like, oh, okay. So, I don't care what they said of the body switch fight. It gave me old school Sona PS1 era stealth vibes. Oh. That one frustrated me, though. Like, stealthing through everything to get to the Magitech armor, and then realizing you need to go back and gather Aether was so frustrating. Nice timing on those groceries. Right. Yeah, no, I'm just like... Knowing him, probably not. My stepdad's gonna definitely be walking back into the house, and he's gonna see these groceries and be like, oh, what are these? And he's gonna bring him inside probably. But my friend's like, knowing him, probably not. So yeah, I might agree. We'll find out. He's probably coming. Hey, somebody left boxes outside the door with freaking stuff in them. Like, oh, that's cool. Should bring them in. I act like I don't even know that they're there. Well, well, Ananias, how delightful. Those guys have this really funny looking shit-eating grin on them, man.
What, pray tell, is that?
It's a street shark.
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. Here we are.
You may want to turn around, buddy. Eh. Oh, wait. That hair's familiar. It's the Ascian that sacrificed themselves to become Hydaelyn.
Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet.
There you go, but not. Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star.
It's when we return to the star.
Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azeb.
What?
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well.
She is the previous Azim?
Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
What do you want, dog? Why is my phone going off? Why are you barking? All right, let's go. Okay, hold on. It's I'll be back here. No, I just thought it was funny because the way she said that is what I'm referring to the fact that some people in the world Alright, I gotta go get the shit. Hold on. Hey, go. Go on. Get out of the way. Alright. Sweet. Pudding. If I'm going to have any sort of sugary stuff right now, outside of a soda, I'd much rather have one of these. What? Oh. Cool. I guess he doesn't realize I'm still streaming. So anyway. I feel like every little thing is just happening while I'm trying to stream. Shame for one so young. I must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am.
You know it.
Now then, you are?
So it's clear that Vanat is definitely more of the adventurer type. Or at least adventurous.
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Mm-hmm.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
She found out.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Is it protected from enthrallment by primals by any chance? What's a primal? That's what they're gonna say, right?
Primals, you say? But I'm
Yeah.
not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection.
I'm gonna follow up some fucking chocolate pudding with a chip and salsa, because I'm fucking weird.
I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
How is it absurd? You guys are creating things out of fucking thin air with Aether.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
My character is actually naturally a mute until such times as he's not a mute.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
Cannot or should not?
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future.
She's right.
Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Oh, please do. He's like, I gotta help again.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
Well, no shit, Sherlock.
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
I don't trust you yet because you don't have the third eye.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos. That's a name.
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Wow, my voice. My apologies, but before we move along, my colleague has tasked me with a matter which I will not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal and the quick-fingered ores which made off with them. An ore, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us to the ores. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join in the search? It would be appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading to Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. So are we actually going to fight anything? Or are we just going to grab things off the ground? I mean, I could fight that. But that takes away time from the MSQ. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tail without missing concept. That missing concept nagging my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? I've often been asked to do so. Oh, you too. Some of us seem destined to always be searching, for ourselves and for others. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I trusted the position of a whimsical successor. Yet, I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times my presence has been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is, the way that one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, sure. Whatever you say. Whatever you say, Headland. Vanat is in a cheery mood. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time to return this stolen property. If you would go ahead and to my commendation, I will join as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so you can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. I feel like I've seen this as like the very beginning part to a porn once. I wonder if she's got a casting couch too. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. Dude, she ain't even got a bed in this place, man. Fuck. There's another room, so maybe.
Wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
You never know. Oh. You hear that song in the background.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but
Sweetmeats!
light out of habit.
We got plenty of sweetmeats of our own, lady. Oh, I need to stop.
There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
I really think that Lalafels need tails, by the way. Or the option for one. Calamity called the final days to befallen the world.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Well, we are at the beginning. It's the quietest story that I've ever heard. Or didn't hear, for that matter. No, he fast forwarded to the end. I think.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
You don't believe it.
Not the words I would have chosen. I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous.
Incredulous? Really?
What of you, Vanar?
Speak softly, carrot big
Not
stick.
knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Heidelin? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
All of the things.
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
She said Amarot. She said the word.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Or preferred that we didn't meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale?
I think he's jealous.
Well, I am not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory.
What if, I'm going to say it right here, before I get too far into the story, what if MSQ was doing everything he did on the first to set things in motion for us to get to this point here, and he knew he was going to die, and he wanted to test us? It's just a theory. Not far enough in the story to know. Someone's going to know out there and be like, you're dumb. And I'm going to be like, well, that's fine. At least I'm making theories.
Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Because you're idiotic and inexplicable. That's what it is.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me.
Can't tell you anything though. Yeah, I understand that, and I appreciate you not telling me, There's a lot of times that I speculate things that I like my headcanon a lot better than the actual story. But the fact that they've had Emmett Selk narrating in this expansion has really kind of thrown my mind into trying to figure out what part he plays other than this right here. Because this tells me the fact that he's even narrating that he's got a bigger part than just me meeting him in the past.
But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
No, you would just forsake the population of everybody else so that you could bring your brethren back. That's why you did what you were doing.
You do not know me.
You're right. But you're
I have
wrong.
my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Okay. Have fun walking out in a huff,
Wait!
you big baby.
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Hermes and Medion are somehow involved. I'm gonna say that. Because that's what I'm thinking.
Hermes and his creation Meteon, you say? If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action.
Action!
The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now, suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
Why are we staring at teacups?
Have faith. If Emmet Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Shall we begin our investigations then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I don't know that which is common knowledge, or I only know that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true methods of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. So there is an extra room over here. Albeit not a very big one. So maybe she does have a bed. So maybe she can sleep. That sounds like a good thing to me, because I haven't been able to sleep very much lately. See you, the woman standing in front of the yonder building? Oh, yonder building. Her name is Ismene. She is one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if needs be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Okay. Hi. Questions from me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. When I see this message saying the following event cannot be skipped, you may cancel any pending duty finder registrations. I'm gonna go turn the AC on. They've had the heater on. AC's turned on. Time to get ready for a long story. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Venat. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is leading authority in the concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? Do you know of Medion's abilities? It's no secret that she's highly unusual familiar. Of late, the chief often makes his rounds with her, like a mother hen raising her chick. Fair enough. I understand that she is able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had an occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. So the funny thing is, my ex-wife has a cockatiel named Hermes. So every time they mention the name Hermes in any form, it makes me think of that bird. So, yeah. Do you wish you knew him better? Do you trust him? I beg your pardon. I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we are close, he has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that's what you mean. Forgive us, we might seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Medion? That would be Timaeus. Timaeus. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts and is more eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations at the bank of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. You shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there's aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, sir. I think we've taken enough of Ismin's time. Alright. Oh, shit. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. You could track down the colleague Ismin mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during the previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you've finished speaking with Timaeus. Alright. Oh, there's Timaeus. Watch your footing around the stream, right? Yes, yes, I am Timaeus, but can you please keep your voice down? You'll startle the birds. So what is it you wish to speak about? Is it true you're an expert on flying creations? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work. A worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar above the clouds, majestic and graceful, and are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save the one who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance from form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Medion, too, is a marvel, then. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Medion as a concept, I've never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes could choose to submit Medion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design for the registered for public scrutiny. I totally butchered reading that, but whatever. Moving on. Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamite? Yeah, we'll do that one. Dynamis and Intellecies. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made in Elopus which exhibited properties of one or the other? Must have been centuries since I had heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Not really. And why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Ooh, fancy. Now, I really must return my observations. Certainly you have your own tasks to attend to. Okay, we go this way. Back already? That was quick work. You're obviously clever enough to head off in any of that rambling Ismene mentioned. So have you any new findings to share? Hell no. I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Medion's capabilities, let alone any awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Medion as a personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed are we to reach any definitive conclusions. Venat is musing over your recent findings. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the intellects which can control it. Yet most scholars here are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I'm inclined to stay at your current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Medion, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars and search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. I thought the mystery at hand remains unsolved. I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one that should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripedia Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Alright. I guess we're going to the west. To that place that I struggled to pronounce. I eventually need to start working on some of these Aether Current quests, but I'm really not all that pressed to do them right now, to be honest with you. Because I really want to do a lot of them when I'm actually doing local recordings, so I can put together some videos for locations of Aether Currents. That'll be a few videos worth of content to kind of put out. So that's kind of why I'm not doing a lot of that stuff. Even though, like, the quests and stuff, I'm probably not going to include in the videos. They're probably just going to be, like, for the outdoor stuff. This tower, the ones further along, are both part of the Peripedia Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Man. Oh, I'm nauseous, dude. Despite how they feel appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason why we are here. I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see that those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join there and on. Okay. Poor reading capability aside, here we get going. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You have questions for me? Certainly just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed, so if you could provide comprehensive log for those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you were wishing to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Medion. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trialed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Medion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale, my dearest Ghislaine, I can't pronounce that either apparently, it should be easy, shared with me. Okay. Ghislaine is my partner and fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Medion heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she'd ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to remember. Mistress Vanat, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me in retelling of this site which you so delighted your Ghislaine? Of course, or would you rather hear from her lips directly if you prefer? At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabase. Sorry. These names! She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in some sublime detail. Imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vanat. Even enough with pursuits, much must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue. I think I should think. Now how greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during the travels as Esm. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. Okay, I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Ghislaine in person? And then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. I would rather go through them if that's part of the quest. That would be most helpful, thank you. So, first of all, that dude was literally flirting with her. Secondly, he was definitely wishing for her death to come soon. But I get it. They welcome the whole dying and returning to the earth thing. It's just the way they are. And who is this? Why couldn't I make a character that looked that cool? Mine looked dumb. Alright. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door and simply walk across the next tower and ask for the admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway, and you will find yourself the entrance to Metabisos Thalasi. Elaine will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. First, do some walking, and then do some more walking. Don't forget to do more walking after you do the climb to the top. Mistress Venat, just passing through. Allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two on the upper Skyway. Oh. Mrs. Venat, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in the testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us. Ugh. So she's going to talk to me a little bit until Galeen comes out. There's that song again.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Some parts, yes. Other parts, not so much.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
When I was a
Not the
young
events which you
warthog.
hear, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
I can assure you we don't know enough about you, lady, to be able to give you any information that would be helpful. It's just the reality of it.
Incredible.
A stirring story.
Been there to see it.
Oh, man. Such a rousing story full of emotions.
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart.
I misheard that.
Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word.
I swear, like, when your main character, like, when your character tells stories to people, it's almost like watching Jay and Silent Bob, and Silent Bob's just, like, miming everything. And then at some point, I just feel like the other person doesn't understand what you're saying, and so your character just straight up yells it at them, like, said creatures of Hollywood, you dumb fuck, like in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. That's how I imagine the characters talk in this game. Especially in that scene with him at Selk.
I was once a scholar, and among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. freed from presumption and prejudice. I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new. And so beautiful.
There's one thing about these characters in this game that kind of bugs me. If you look at the neck, you look right here, there's a clear, like, difference in, like, the texture right there. And then right here it stretches. It's the little things that I notice. It doesn't really distract me all that much, but just this one time I notice it, and I'm just like, I can't stop looking at her neck while she's talking.
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong.
Now, otherwise, graphics are great in this game, but it's just little things like that.
And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star.
I hope one of these days they'll give the trees a little bit of attention too, for like poly count.
Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it.
But I'm pretty sure that's low on their priority list, especially in a really weird time that we were in the last few years, or last couple years. So, maybe a new engine in the future. I don't think they're going to change the engine. I'm sure they would make a new MMO before they would change the engine. The only way they could do it. Nah, don't need to do a whole new engine for it.
A moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way.
They probably just need more ability to focus time into it, really. I'm pretty sure that's most of what it is. And there's priorities that they have to focus on too. Like, they don't have, like, you know, they don't have the luxury of just, like, all the time in the world to do something. So I'm sure they've got things like on a priority level. Like, for example, World of Warcraft, they slowly improve the graphics over time for everything. Like, but they don't do it all, like, at once or anything like that. They're doing small chunks over time. Like, for the most part, the engines that these developers use and everything, they're usually flexible enough that they can, you know, slowly over time improve things. And you can tell that a lot of things get slowly improved in Final Fantasy as well over time. There's still a lot of things that haven't been touched, but, like, for example, the overworlds and stuff like that, they were talking about, like, when they're like creating the game world, they didn't have, like, the flying, you know, as the intentions for things. And then they updated things, and now you can. No, put more focus on Final Fantasy 4. Yeah. I mean, really, you have to think about it too from Square Enix standpoint. This game was a flop originally, right? And then it got redone entirely and re-released. And of course they were gonna be very cautious about what resources they would put into, the game. So it's a smart move on their part. It's not one that consumers would really love to hear, but from a practical standpoint, it's a smart move. But yeah, I mean, over time they'll improve graphics and stuff. They may not touch older zones, but like newer zones will look better and better as time goes by, as we've seen with every expansion release so far. There's been one or two things that improved upon the previous. Didn't touch the game until January 2017. I have been playing it off and on since A Realm Reborn was released, but never to any extent that I have been taking it seriously like lately. Since A Realm Reborn's release, there was multiple times that I got characters up to like level 30 and then I would stop. And that's just because I've spent years focused pretty much solely on World of Warcraft. So, but now this is kind of my main game, although I have been dipping my toes back into World of Warcraft recently, just checking it out, seeing what things been improved and whatnot. And I've been having fun with it, but Endwalker's out, so fuck World of Warcraft for now. I'm gonna, enjoy Endwalker a little bit, and then I'll play a little more WoW and so many games out in this world. So many games out in this world that it's kind of silly to just like say you'll only play one game ever. So I definitely don't. Still in the heart of many of their players, whether they like it or not. Yeah, I mean, I think when I made the videos talking about me quitting World of Warcraft, I even mentioned in there that it's not like I would like quit it forever, right? Like there was always a high possibility that I was going to go back to it and everything like that. Check it out. Like I was just like, I'm honest about it. Like I'm just gonna be like, I was tired of the bullshit. I was getting bored, getting burned out. A lot of people are as well. And it's silly for people to be like, look, I'm never going to go back to this game, because they're going to go back. They're going to check it out. It may not be for long periods of time, but they'll go back and check it out. Like, because that love for the game is still there. Activision, yes, but not well. Well, hey girl, what you doing? Okay. Honestly, all of the game developer companies in general, Square Enix even, I don't like them. Like, I don't like the companies. The individual games properties, I love. Sometimes some of the, teams and directors and stuff like that of the games, I love. But the companies themselves have let me down time and time again throughout the years, that I just don't hold any sort of love or anything like that for the companies themselves. The companies are just there to make the money. The teams are there to provide entertainment. They're just in the entertainment business. So, oh shit, I got a ton of messages. Hold on. I slept for 4 hours last night and been up since 4-ish playing the Final Fantasy and doing grocery shopping. God, my day is so boring. That was a very different story, like apples and oranges kind of thing. Yeah, like if you really want to love something, you can love something without loving the company behind it. So you have to kind of set aside your moral morals sometimes to engage in any form of entertainment, because otherwise you would be entertainmentless first and foremost. You might even be foodless, because a lot of these corporations that, you know, canned goods, you know, meat, things like that, things that get sold in grocery stores, the companies are all bullshit and they treat their workers like crap. But the products are good. So, I don't know. I'm not gonna. I don't want to be like other people in here and be like, oh, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, whatever, you know, because I think talking points like that are stupid as fuck. But the reality is, you have to kind of like, if you want to partake in anything, you have to kind of set aside some of that moral thing and fight against the bad shit. But you know, it's weird. I could go on like all day and it would be a ramble. It would probably be a aimless ramble, unfortunately. Hmm. Let's see. Reason these ones are up there because they can't release a game without strings attached. Would not have touched Final Fantasy 14 if it contains similar strings. When you say when it has strings attached, what strings are attached are you talking about exactly?
You, who are our future. Tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
How would I answer that question? Or is my character going to answer it for me?
Pray forgive my lateness.
You interrupted a touching moment, Gilleen. God.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation.
walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather.
The Matea. Oh, so that's what they call the plural form of them.
There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
A breakthrough that's going to bring about the final days. She's all excited. She don't know anything.
We are likewise eager for the details.
Oh. Yeah. It's cold AF in there. Alright. I wanted to feed you too. Man, I need to lose some weight. Today, right before stream, I had the salad. I couldn't eat all of it. Like, I don't know, my appetite is finally going down, which is great. Anyway, I'm sidetracked from, like, the story. Holy cow. I thought about drinks and then put some in the refrigerator and then just totally got sidetracked.
Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Alright, let's see here. I'm going to try something real quick. I'm going to let her know that I am streaming. I'm going to give her the link so she can come watch if she wants to. Live. I have no idea what I'm doing! How do you internet? I gotta get that link. Okay, here we go. I got it! I got it. Okay, share. Copy link. Alright. Haste. There we go. Link sent. Alright. Link is sent. If not, I'll just keep replying to her. Yeah. Okay. She's gonna link the floor, so we're gonna do the things. It's nice that they can, like, magically, like, link the floors so you don't have to go places. It would have been nice if that one dude could have linked the floor to here, so that way I wouldn't have had to do all that walking. That would have been quite preferable. And here we are, right back where we started. Isn't that something? Or wait, did we start over there? We probably started over there. I don't know. I'm probably talking out of my ass right now. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will approach... Jesus Christ. Someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Yeah! That's what I've been saying. Like, he's going to be the reason for everything. He's going to be the catalyst. I bet he's going to be the final boss. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter and more likely possibility. Proceeding under the assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate of our star. Because we kill animals. That's exactly what it is. That's why. That's why he wants to destroy everything. Alright, let's see. Equip the new... What does the helmet look like? Oh! Oh! This kind of reminds me of a Power Rangers helmet. Not gonna even lie. That kind of reminds me of a Power Rangers helmet. Like, the visor, and then, like, the animal that they use for their Megazord, or their Zords. Right there. It's like I'm the White Ranger in Final Fantasy. Or I guess in this case, Silver Ranger. You ready for adventure? Yeah! Adventure time! The Nat has a new course of investigation in mind. I would like to visit the site which Hermes set forth from the set forth the Metia, whatever. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of the drives this research of his. Ghislaine said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Let's take a look. Why is everything falling? Speaking of falling, it's Christmas Groot. It's been on my desk all year long, but this is the one time of the year where it's always festive. This is my Christmas tree right here. Always got to have Christmas Groot. Last year, Christmas Groot was actually my tree topper. I just like wrapped the Christmas tree around Groot's body, and he was just like hanging there like it was like it was tentacles that was holding him up. He was just like, you know. It's fun stuff. You know what, now I think about it, I don't think I've ever had a... Since I've had my own apartment and I've had Christmas trees, I don't think I've ever owned a Christmas tree topper. Like, I've had Christmas trees and stuff, but it was mostly just to try and get into the festive mood. But, like, I pretty much had, like, hand-me-down decorations, and... I had a few that I got myself. Like, my ex-wife, she bought some Game of Thrones decorations once. They were, like, lights. We had those. I think one year we only had those. And then whatever lights the tree had on it. But, like, when it comes to, like, decorations for Christmas trees... Like, tree toppers are like the last thing I even think about. Oh, hi! Ah! No! No! Yes! Fight! Fight! Yes, fight. I'm sitting here like... I'm sitting here like freaking out about a freaking fight, and I'm just like, wait a second, why am I freaking out? I wanted to fight things. So dumb. Why did I do that? Now, if I were conducting some mysteries research, where would I go? I mean, nowhere here, but, you know, we've only got a few options. Oh, what about that one? Having means to fly? It's quite a distance away. Ha ha! What kind of question is that? Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. I forgot! She's the one that created Argos! I wonder if Argos is going to remember me. Like, through some weird space-time thing. Or maybe that's why Argos was super happy to see me on the moon. Because Argos remembered me. Do you mind creating a double to carry Syrah over to that island? Stubborn creatures. There is no place in this great star where you have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. So, so everything that I'm doing right now definitely led over into the future, so we're not changing anything, apparently. Argos remembers me. That's why he was helping me out on the moon without any questions asked, because he remembered me from back here. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. Okay. But speaking of here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you're worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember. A memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler of time? Choose your battlefield? What is best in life? To crush one's enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of the women. I will crush her. Put your mind and prepare your weapons. I will wait for you in the clearing over yonder. Why do people say over yonder? That's hardly specific. Just say I'm gonna be over there and point. Point where you're going. Oh yeah, I can't fly. I was wanting a fight. So, at least I'm getting that. Is my no? Why is my phone doing weird vibrations instead of actually... I think my phone's finally starting to give out. I probably need to upgrade soon. Shall we begin? Be warned, I will not go easy on you. Alright, lady. Are you ready?
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
Oh! What the shit? Oh, here he goes. Oh my god. I couldn't even find the one empty spot. Alright, so where would be a good place to not stand? Right here. This will be good. There we go.
Blade sings!
Why does this...
Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Why does this feel a lot like the ending of Snake Eater?
No quarter. Have a taste.
I don't like that one in the middle there. This will be fine.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Why do I feel like... Okay. So they weren't the collectible things, they were just literally AoE zones. Okay. That's good to know.
Yourself.
They're giving me some sort of like... Oh shit. Which way can I go? I guess this will be my best spot to stand. Oh! No, that wasn't the best spot to stand somehow.
We've only just begun.
We've only just begun. Ah, found it. Found it faster this time. Like, I know it's, like, easy to, like, figure it out if you, like, pay attention to where they're standing and stuff. But when you're, like, looking at it for the first time in a pinch, and you're just like, what? Damn it. Had to drop that right in front of it, didn't you? I don't know. These go faster, so... Ooh, got that very last second. I'm gonna go over to one of these red ones because they go faster. I'm sure they also give her more Aether. I'll get back to reading chat once I'm able to get finished out of this part here. Okay. Was this gonna be an active time maneuver?
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will. You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Sweet. Alright, maybe just imagination. Sometimes I think my own phone vibrates when it doesn't. Oh no, mine vibrated. I got a notification. Sometimes I think they set my phone away from me. See, I don't set my phone away from me only because, you know, throughout the day I get messages from,
'Twas my intent to finish it.
somebody I like.
Clearly, I underestimated you.
So I'll reply to it whenever I get it. That's kind of like the high priority thing for me. But otherwise, for the most part, my phone stays on mostly do not disturb most of the time. So it usually rarely ever bothers me, but I've got Snapchat basically set to bypass the do not disturb. But I actually turned off do not disturb today because I had groceries coming in, so I want to make sure I got the notifications. I just haven't turned it back on. I probably won't. I did this as a healer for the first time myself. I bet that was probably not too bad, I would imagine. Like, it felt pretty balanced, like the damage and everything like that for the enemies. Like, they didn't take too much damage, so it didn't take me forever to DPS. Even though, admittedly, I'm a little better at DPSing on a tank now than I used to be, which I would have probably been a whole lot slower before. But I'm very familiar with my Dark Knight. I don't know the openers or rotations for it very well, but I at least know a little bit better how to maintain DPS than I used to know. I imagine as healer, you're just pretty much if you're the what? Phlegma. And what is the other one? What is the white mage one? I can't remember. I haven't played white mage much at all. I think I only got it, like, unlocked. And then that was it.
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable
I've
hardship.
seen some healers put out some real serious damage, though, before.
Tales would suggest.
It may just be because really bad DPS players, but I've seen healers put out, like, enough damage to come close to being, like, second on any sort of meter. Not that I use meters at all before, ever. Not once ever would I.
It seems we have both learned much on our journeys. Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you.
It's only because I whooped your ass.
Boon to be sure. He
You
never
cheated.
forgets
That's
his
the only reason why you
friends
almost beat me.
and is ever eager to come to their aid.
This song right here that plays with the guitar loop and everything, it reminds me so much of Final Fantasy 15. Like when you're at the truck stops and stuff like that, or in the camp. Argos will soon have us standing on the very top where media made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. That was the coolest quest that I have done since the last dungeon quest. I'm probably forgetting a quest or two there, but yeah. Anything that involves rods at hand, you know, when it was dealing with its fire problems. That was like the last time. And then everything else has been just walking around, clicking on things. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? We'll allow Argos to reach the currents, catch the currents rising up from below. Use a smooth ride over island. He's wagging his butt at me. Good dog. I say good dog and my dog looks at me. You sweet baby. You sweet baby. Yes, you are. Oh, you sweet baby. I love you, puppy dog. Argos motions on his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. I wish my dog was that big that I could ride on her back. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. Now, what was the name of that tree? I don't know. Ask Argos. He probably pissed on it once or twice. No something. Notiforion. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? I mean, it'd be more striking if I could actually pronounce the name, dude. Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
Are you closing your eyes? Because I can't tell if you're closing your eyes. I left my helmet showing. Can't really tell.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars.
All units.
Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles.
She's talking like a robot, dude.
End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
Wow. So they talk like robots when they're communicating with each other.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
She talks really well here. Why does she have trouble talking at other times? Is it a ruse?
Good tidings at long last. Every
It's all a
step
freaking
of the
ruse.
I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate.
Ah, there she goes.
We'll know the answers. What others live for.
There she goes. There she had her little stutter. So, okay. Nothing's amiss on that.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
It's a good question.
Utterly unlike. How?
The fact that you're able to like use it like call on that power right now would open it up for a lot of plot holes later on if they don't let it be more reliable in the story context. I think it would be cool if they gave you the ability to use your echo like as a an ability on your hotbar. And kind of like, you know how in World of Warcraft they had like surveying, like you would be like a archaeology, and you could go into different areas and use it, and it might say, hey, there's a secret like so many yalms out or whatever, and you can go search for it and then get little bits of lore. I think that'd be cool.
I have no idea.
Just use it as like a little flavor thing, you know? You don't have to make any serious in-game rewards or anything like that. Just, you know, add some lore in the world that way, you know?
Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
What are you barking at?
So, what is your opinion?
Hold that thought. I'm gonna let my dog out. Chill out. Oh my lord. That dog is ridiculous. Alright, so what is your opinion? I will form my opinions based on the three options I have. Hermes wouldn't wish for the final days. Hermes is a gentle soul, and yet... I couldn't say just this moment alone. Say, a gentle soul. I think he's a gentle soul. I think he's the goodest of boys.
He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill.
Absolutely correct.
Consider
Agreed.
the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
And then what if he pursues the solution and then becomes the problem in the process of pursuing the solution?
Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness.
Because it doesn't sound like we're actually changing the future. They said you cannot change the future.
'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
Perhaps, though, we are creating an alternate timeline, which we will visit later on. Oh, man. I'm speculating so damn much, dude. There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. We could do worse than to look at... Oh, come on. You start a word with a K. I'm going to assume that's a silent K. So I'm going to say Tissus Hyperborean. The largest facility. It stands in the... Why can't you guys say the words in a cutscene before you force us to read it the first time and struggle to figure out how it's pronounced? Ethoskeleton Borealis, the Northern Isle. I wonder, sir, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Tissus itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of the facility and its magical constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of Poiton Oikos. That one I could say, because they've said it in a cutscene. I can't say much. Yeah. All the spoiler knowledge that you have. All the spoilery knowledge. It's okay. One day soon I will be there. Let's keep it as a no comment. It's okay. One day I will be at the end of this MSQ. It might be in a couple months or so. Oh, what is this? That's so cool! He's got minotaurs! I want to fight him. Minotaurs are like always my favorite mythological creatures, so anytime a game has minotaurs, I get excited. All of the spoilers. Yes, all of the spoilers. And then I too will be struggling to keep my mouth shut. I'm already having trouble keeping my mouth shut. More minotaurs! So, true story, my first character in World of Warcraft was a Tauren warrior just because of my love of minotaurs. This appears to be a teleporter I've not told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Proceed to Ethnoskeleton Borealis. But not. Let's talk to you. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Tysis Hyperborealis, we follow the path and then turn left at the crossroads. This is definitely a zone where flight will be beneficial to get around in. I mean, not like any other zone isn't, but this one in particular. Keep you from having to use teleporters everywhere. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask about Hermes' whereabouts. Oh shit, I didn't read that. What did it say? Event. Hermes is another facility, as we have just discovered. Your princess is in another castle, as usual. Furthermore, we confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteos, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then we might be recruited to help prevent one. He might be prevented to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett. Oh. I feel like with that statement you can sense all the sarcasm. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial occurrence and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. So he's helping regardless of his frustrations, by the way. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodes. I'm having trouble saying his name. I haven't had any trouble saying his name before, but I am now. Hythlodius' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than an invisible, intangible dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel... So Fandaniel is not the name, that's a role. So that explains why Amos is Fandaniel. And Venat was... Okay. Alright, so Fandaniel is a role. Okay. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the source of the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was unwise, or otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no intention, no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that, I am certain. Seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for your understanding. I'm gonna kiss his ass a little bit. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story, but as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. So yet again, Emmett Selk is a role rather than an actual name of the being? So was his name that he used in the Garlean Empire, was that his actual name? Or was that just the name he took over? This is giving me more questions than answers. Hyphlodius is eager to find Hermes. I'm probably gonna have to like go back and read through a bunch of lore just to like piece things together, like lore that I missed. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. Yeah, you probably need to adjust your vision a little bit. You got a horse ass on top of it. There he is, on the next aisle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Misopsis Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. How dare you put your horse ass on top of him at Selk. Rude. Let's go. Let's go. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Syrah, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only here to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Syrah can handle this. He can survive a bout with Venat after all. Off you go, find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden denizens. Combat! We're getting to that point. Ah! Yes! Yeah, for real, that's what I'm thinking. Like, things to fight. You give me things to swing my two-hander at, I'm fine. And then, of course... Alright. These things are weird looking, dude. Of course I forgot to lock my phone. I'm so dumb. That's how my battery life on my phone goes. Before you get a lot of skills and you want to use them. You know, to be honest with you, I don't remember the last time I actually got a actual new ability. I don't think I... Salt and Darkness is really it. I get Shadowbringer next. God, these friggin' marbles make, like, really gross noises. Oh! Yeah, no, for me, I just like to fight things. I like the action and the adventure and stuff like that. Like, this game really, like, when I first started playing it, you know, the combat felt so slow because you didn't have all those off GCD abilities to use. But then as I started adding it, I became more of a fan of the combat. Kept forgetting to lock my phone screen. Alright, so now that I've cleared out the north, south, east, and west, where's our buddies? I'm just gonna, like, come over here and help out with this shit because... Oh, hi! Man, y'all are slow. Mine came out after y'all, and y'all still took forever to kill y'all's. Do they just keep popping up? Like, am I gonna have to, like... Should I stop and fight them? Like, I don't mind it, but I feel like... Oh, I think I found him. I think I see them off in the distance there. Here, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hyslodius and MSQ company. An important matter, and unrelated to my decision on Fan Daniels, you say. Then yes, I will come as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Oh, I can tell! I am going to step out here, though, because I gotta go pee so bad right now. I will be right back. And I'm back. Whew. I'm really surprised that these headphones have lasted this long. So I'm used to my Bluetooth earbuds lasting maybe 4 hours, 3 or 4 hours before I have to put them back in their charging case and everything. It's funny, the entire time I'm sitting there in the restroom, I'm just listening to the background music. You spoke with Hermes then, and were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungry Gardens as well. I see. Or I should say, I smell. Ah! Rude! I don't smell that bad. Took a shower. I took a shower in the blood of my enemies. I cannot speak for certain convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done, indeed. You hear that? My fortitude. Now that you convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the MSQ who would recreate Amuro in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that is. So I feel like the story is slowly starting to pick up some pace a little bit. Now that we're coming closer to finding some form of answers. But, yeah. Let's check a look. Emmett Sulk seems content to stay where he is. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges. Watch, he's not going to show up. Oh, there he is. Never mind.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Oh wow, I turned down the volume so much I can barely hear it. Okay.
Aye, a matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go
You're gonna make me tell the story again?
Tell him what you told us, who you are, and why you came.
Are we gonna show the flickering pictures and everything?
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction.
Damn.
And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes.
Than you, Hermes.
I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves.
What if the people are from creation magic?
The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether.
Okay.
Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
Okay.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
More questions! Not enough answers!
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested.
a proper assumption,
The
yes.
inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Freaking leg itches like crazy,
Can
dude.
you hear me?
Have you ever like had like this itch on your leg, like at the very
Do
top
not
where the
be
muscles
alarmed.
are and everything, and just like
I mean you no harm.
can't? It's like it's
I wish
under
only
the
to
skin.
hear your words, share your feelings, know
Anyway.
your thoughts.
That feels so weird.
May we please be friends?
Woo!
Meteon,
She's about to transform into something, dude.
what is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self.
Every other morning. I'm glad I'm not the only one who's like
Connection established.
weird ass
Commencing
itches,
status
man.
report. It hurts, it hurts. It hurts. So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why? Why? Why do we? They hurt.
There's that freaking horror shit.
This is wrong. All wrong.
She's the catalyst, dude. She's the catalyst.
Gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Wonder if she's the source of the screams from the planet. Like, 'cause everybody says, like, the planet screams, right?
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs dynamis.
In which case...
That will explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Let's see. One of those chicken salad with spinach and cheese. It was good. Good. No! Groot! Don't fall. Stop falling, Groot. So, now the question is, where to start? Fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. I'm like a bloodhound to these guys, because I'm the only one who can, like, sense her presence, I guess. Like, they're out there looking around like, but I'm just out here, like, using my brain instead of my nose. It's really the only difference between myself and a dog at this point. Got a case of that bubbly stuff to try it. Figured it might help curb cravings a soda. Okay. My dog's gonna drive me nuts. Seeps into my mind our voices reporting, "No, no, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run to hide." Minion's anguish voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. Okay. We're on the trail! We've caught onto her scent. She must be elsewhere. Greetings and salutations. What kind of demonic shit are you going to say to me now? Commencing report. Oh no. We can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. She did it again! Please don't follow me. Medion's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. Go over here. Still can't tell you anything. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Medion's voice. She must be elsewhere. I feel like... the next thing I'm going to either have... I feel like I'm going to have a trial coming up next. And I feel like the trial is going to be fighting Medion. Or however you pronounce her name. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. It's the south now. Okay. The only reason why I say a trial is because this is really coming to like a head in the story. And we don't have any of our scions, so it wouldn't be something with a trust. Also, we did have one dungeon already at the Radzat Han, right between a trial. So, not that there's necessarily a formula to it, but there's only been one trial so far. I feel like I'm due for another one. And I have a feeling that Medion's sisters are going to be involved as well. He's trying to catch you. You must be elsewhere. Okay. And of course the thing is, I could be way off in my speculations. And that would be good at the same time, but I like speculating, it's fun. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Etheris. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, sir, you mustn't listen. Just freaking say it. This girl's gonna drive me nuts. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Minion's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Inside of Medion. Mission. Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? Misha are linked in a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access the shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being directly. In Misha's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. Oh, so you gotta go to her, right? I highly doubt you have, like, a spare just sitting in your lab or something. So unless we could track down Mishan, we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters. No way of to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. The lake. Guys, the lake. It told me which direction she was going. Toward the lake. Oh, my dear Mishan, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Probably that she's the source of everything. And we must destroy her. We must decommission the creation. Or whatever. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Mishan renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a soffit of ether? Much how Emmett solidified your presence when first we met you. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Sarah will continue to search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains the Mishan's likely location, you proceed to reveal your wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Okay. Very clever, and thankfully, she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Lith. Assuming she is made visible... God, my back itches now. Should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Sierra and MSQ will be our tracker and trapper, respectively, while the others predict and obstruct Mishan's avenues for escape. MSQ and I will keep an eye on each other's aether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Looks like it's just you and me, buddy. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Medion and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down aether at a moment's notice. Meaning it falls on you to keep the way clear. Duh. Oh no, I can't mount because I gotta have him following me. That's unfortunate. Let's go over here. Luckily, it's kind of small location here. Oh, look at that! It's like a seahorse, but with legs. You calm your mind. Use your presence. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll just have to hide then. There's no one where no one can find me. Headed towards the water's edge. She went to the lake. If it wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. Won't lose her this time. You would think. Hippie. Its name is Hippie. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks to the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a remora. Should have done it out of spite. For all the trouble he caused me on the first. He was a lot more crazy in Shadowbringers. Now he's just kind of like annoyed at everything. It's almost like he's just like an old man. I mean, he very well could be with the gray hair, but you can't really trust gray hair as being a sign of anything being old in this game. I'm not here. I'm not here. Please. By the rock, is she? Very well. Fucking... What? Why? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run. Sarah, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him. His poor fragile heart. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into the mists. I can't mount. Why am I even bothering to try? Ugh. I thought it was going to be cool having like the follower mechanic, right? It makes things so slow. And now there's a fate right next to where I need to go. Like, now I'm invested in the story. Again. And don't want to do the combat thing. God. Because it's like getting intense. It's like, hey guys, here's this thing that's going on. Do you want to... You want to go do it? No. I got questions that I need answers for. There, I see her. Oh, jeez. There it is. Man, I walked all the way around. Oh, God. Alright. Walked through this big old circle for nothing. Do-do-do. Do-do-do.
Aha!
What do you see, boy?
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Don't treat me like a dog. Rude. Don't snap at me. Oh, he's got the horse. God, she's gotta be like super frightened right now, dude. That can't help right now. Earn them bird legs, man. That's what the music's doing right now.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable.
She just changed personality like that.
Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code.
Speaking with aliens.
Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteon?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteon finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteon, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Right hither.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we?
No, she's in the middle of a fucking report.
We are taking Meteon back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon. Not until she has finished her report.
Fucking Hermes.
All else must wait.
So it's quite literally... It is Hermes. And you never cast your accused... Accursed questions the distant stars. You may have one day learned to be at peace upon this time. Caging the messenger. Nithlodius is pondering what to do next. Hermes is headed to Tissus. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating its aether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost portion of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him, no matter what Hermes might be thinking. Meteion is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedent over any personal stakes in the matter. Venat, Syrah. It is clear we stand at the precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt what Meteion is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if either Hermes or Meteion is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Tissus Hyboria we go. Ding, 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 ding. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Tissus? Mistress Venat, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded when Tissus put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated we evacuate immediately, and we have not yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. Indubitably. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escape entities and the like. Tissus scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not likely to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put your talent so that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled. Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once Azim, after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. So it's gonna be a duty, but I'm gonna have freaking these guys as my freaking buddies. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, MSQ, I am impressed with your arcane majesty. Your lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Sarah, so it is only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through the Hermes and Mission. And then we will face the future together. I'm gonna have MSQ to my party, dude. What the fuck? Never in my days of playing Final Fantasy XIV did I ever expect that I would be teaming up with MSQ to form a party and have him DPS for me. Let me take just a second here. Oh, we're gonna do this, but first, I need to get a little food. Something to tide me over for another hour or so. So, it's gonna be interesting. You doing threaten me, buddy? This is such a weird dungeon.
I see you. I'm not entirely useless.
So, okay, so we officially can't go that way. Or that way, which makes sense because it's a giant force field.
I see you. Be gone.
Have a taste.
Wait, let's do this. That was a long fight because they always single target. Everything's a freaking AoE pool, man. Every single thing is an AoE pool. Which also means that every single thing is going to die slow. I mean, I ain't mad about AoE pools, but in a trust, ooh.
Out of my way.
Oh, of course, there's a cold zone. Of course, we're going through it. Ha ha ha! Emmett so. Man, that dude is a. That dude's hilarious. Part of me wonders if they only went the route of including Emmett Selk in anything because there's so much like fan content and love for Emmett Selk. Like, was he a replacement for a different Ashian at some point? Oh, hi. Oh, hi! You got these guys. These guys. This one's name is Lysa. Oh dear, the fellow seems disinclined to let us pass. Then we have no choice but to force our way. It's true. I'm gonna give my cooldowns just a little bit of time here. In the meantime, I'm gonna pop some more energy drink. Alright. They only have less than a minute left on some. So.
I see you.
Apparently it didn't like the fact that I pressed shift to do... Oh. So he's gonna be right here. Damn, why'd you have to move out of that like that, dude?
Have a taste.
Those footprints were kind of difficult to follow, to be honest with you. Made my brain hurt a little bit, to be honest.
Hope this works.
Have a taste.
Hope this works.
Funny how, like, I keep having trouble getting to a point where I can use Blackest Night. Because I'm constantly blowing through my freaking... my mana. I think I felt as a healer. I just saw your message just now. I'm assuming you're talking about having to heal Emmett self for the first time in a group. Is that what you're talking about? If that's what you're talking about, I could just imagine. It's like you're just like, I just want to let him die. Alright, you guys, turn around. Healer first time in these dungeons. Oh, you must be talking about when I was talking about how it's so slow killing the mobs then. That, yeah, I can't imagine. Like, honestly, I prefer trusts sometimes over doing, like, looking for group. Just because I feel like some people want to rush way too much. I remember when I was leveling up one or two of my healers. Let's see, which one was it? I think it was when I was leveling up the white mage. Because I think the others... Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that. Anyway, I was leveling up the white mage, right? And I was in a pug looking for group. And just wall-to-wall pulls. And obviously at that point, like, I'm new to healing. I only have so much abilities at my disposal because, like, you know, I'm less than level 30 at that point. The upside is you get a lot of good starting abilities for healing by the time you hit 16, but still you're, like, fresh at it. You don't know what the hell you're doing. You kind of have a basic understanding, but it's not enough to actually do much. So basically these people doing wall-to-wall pulls, and you're just like, I want a DPS to make these things go down faster, but this tank is going down super fast. I can't imagine doing it in a trust is like that. But I can also imagine that the tank does take a lot of damage. Oh, that's a slaying ring. I don't think I can use that one. Yeah, it's not. I mean, I could use it, but no point. Right now, I'm just trying to do my best to put out as much DPS as I can to make up for these slackers. And I know why they don't, like, have, like, the super advanced do AoE type reaction. I'm pretty sure that Square Enix is like, well, you know what, we've got this as an option, right? But we don't want the NPC parties to be better than playing with a competent player. Otherwise, people will just never go and do group content. I'm sure their idea is this is a system that's to be used probably for your first or second time through to kind of train yourself on things and learn mechanics. Then after that, take the training wheels off and jump into a group. I'm pretty sure that's how they've done that. I personally like doing it just because you don't have to wait for a queue. It's quite literally when I'm running my DPS specs and everything, anything below, you know, what levels I have dungeons available for when I'm doing squadrons, I will use squadrons every single time on my low-level characters, just so I don't have to wait in queue as a DPS. It's slow as hell. Sometimes it's ridiculous. But that was working for me. The Grand Company MC, the Arcanist pet does AoE damage. It melts trash mobs. Yeah, and it also gets stuck behind barriers. I can't remember the name. What is it? Tamter Deep Cross? I don't remember. It's the one where you got like all the tunnels and stuff and like the gel cells and stuff like that. It's one of the earlier dungeons. There's the spots where like you get sucked in and then they got those little spider things that kind of appear from out of nowhere. Well, every time I'm in there with the Arcanist, their pet gets locked behind one of those webs. So I'm just like, alright, cool. We're gonna be lacking some DPS here.
I'm not in this fire, Elizabeth.
Oh! Okay, so that's what those do. Okay. Front and right? Okay. I see how it works now. The, fireballs forming in the mouth determines which direction it's gonna go. Cool. Look, he's gonna do left, right. Oh! Maybe I should have stayed in the front. Maybe that would have. That was easy. If its concept is submitted, it will be certain to. I will be certain to reject it. He's talking crap about the concept. That's hilarious.
I cannot let you take Meteor. Not yet.
Oh, are we gonna get like? Oh man, this music and being in the clouds and everything, it's reminding me of, what is that, Sky Palace Zone or whatever from freaking Sonic the Hedgehog? Okay. No! I just wasted my freaking living shadow. Such a waste! Oh! What? I'm going into space again! Ah!
Must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
Oh, more. Okay. I'm kind of doing my best to like do this without like dozing off because like I'm super tired right now. But it's so cool. Like it's not even out of boredom, it's just I'm straight up like I'm tired. Hey, there's a treasure coffer right there. Wonder how many treasure coffers I've missed in this dungeon just because it was off in the side or something like that. My God. The higher we go in this dungeon, and with that music, it really screams Sonic the Hedgehog vibes to me. Like, it really does. Okay. Winged Defiance, Hermes.
So, it comes to this. I've no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
Come on, bro. I wonder what part Medion will play in this. I feel like she's gonna get involved in the fight somehow. That's gonna be interesting.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Trust and chaos gather to me. I see you. Unleash your power. Dancing winds, pierce my foe. Stars on high, all is rain.
I guess just right in the middle. Do I need to stand behind something? I should have stood behind that.
I'm not entirely useless.
I can imagine this fight would be difficult on hard. Especially if you only have like a basic understanding of these mechanics. Ah! I tried. I dumbed it up, but I tried. Oh my god! Oh my god! I almost died. That walk of shame would have sucked. I see how they did it.
Have a taste.
Whoo! Leveled up 68! Well, he's not gonna be the fan, Daniel. Or will he? Maybe this is the... No. Nah, that's a dumb thought. I ain't even gonna entertain that thought.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. With that, I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves.
Damn, dude.
One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live.
That sounds proper. That sounds right.
Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived.
What the fuck is she?
Even now their songs cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence.
Wow, dude. Okay.
There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hold sorrow and suffering.
So she's the reason why.
There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
Oh no.
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed.
Oh god.
If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say you, alright. Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist.
Oh, fuck.
If he can learn to value all life and
You said
retain his
68?
will to live,
Oh, yeah. I probably did.
justified.
88.
He will surely find a way
How do you make
to
Endwalker darker than Shadowbringers? Sprinkle in some Warhammer 40k
If not,
themes. Oh, yeah.
he will perish in stone. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos, awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command, universal memory alteration. Target area, Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of MSQ of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events, and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to MSQ and Hithodeus. Meteion's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteion. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
Shed your flesh.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteion!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
I like how she's sitting on it, like, at an angle. Yet she's not somehow about to slide off the side of it. No! She turned into a doo-doo bird.
You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every asset.
There's no time! Quickly!
Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path.
Get used to it, buddy.
If it must be said. Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
Hmm.
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
Not all of them. Balls of gas.
And yet... I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence. And the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to MSQ and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape. I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Cutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
I guess they're gonna go for the aerial view to see what's up.
Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Oh, jeez.
Curious. I must ask Vinara about it when next we meet.
Yes, yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
And so the cycle continues on this timeline here.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Oh my god. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely we will create more intellecties. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself, he will believe that, and he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, when the media would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. So this is why Fandaniel wanted to kill himself and the rest of the world. Take everyone with him. But now hold on. I thought Fandaniel was Aemon. Damn. Okay. Well. We now enter Tissus Hyperbird. Okay. Yeah. Alright. So yeah. Shit is getting real. Shit is getting very real. Return memories way back in Tower of Zot. Well then. I will say right now, it is looking like it's time for me to stop for a little while and probably catch a nap or something. I'm fucking tired as hell. It's been almost 8 hours of stream. I don't stream that long, ever, really. I think the longest I ever streamed was 12 hours, and that was for a marathon, like, charity thing. So I'm gonna get back to this probably in the morning at some point when the queue is not bad, so that way I can get me some rest. Emmett returned Fandaniel's memories when he was Aemon. Oh. I see. Huh. Well. There's a lot of this stuff that I'm going to have to kind of piece together probably over time. Kind of take things one step at a time and just kind of collect everything and all that. So this has been interesting how this is kind of turning out to be. It's very strange to me, the personality that Hermes has compared to the personality he has as Fandaniel in the future. It definitely seems most of the Ashians somehow come into like some form of crazed, like blind craze of like a single-minded task, and for God forbid anything else, you know, show them that they may be wrong or whatever. They just keep going and turn into basically mustache twirling villains. The Echo flashback when Fandaniel calls himself Aemon. Got it. Well, I'm going to go ahead and hop off the stream. This was fun. Thank you for coming out, watching. I might start back up again tomorrow in the morning. It all depends. I got some chores to do around the house I gotta take care of before the weekend's over, so we'll just see how that goes. But I kind of want to try and finish this up on stream, so one way or another I'm gonna stream the rest of it, I think. Only having 2 levels left, I definitely can't see me having too much more to go, so. But anyway, thank you guys. I will see you guys next time. You guys have a great evening, and stay safe out there.